sleep hours. Tonight, let me take you once more into a forgotten corner of time, a quiet street that only appears when the rain falls just right. There, hidden beneath the hush of twilight, stands a little shop where the clocks never truly stop, and where lost hours find their way home again. They say if you listen closely, you can still hear the watchmaker at work, mending not time itself, but the hearts that time has touched. So settle in. Let the rain guide you, and follow the ticking into a dream that feels both new and familiar. This is the Watchmaker of Whisper Street. I still remember the first time I wandered into Whisper Street. It was the kind of night when the world feels quieter than usual, as if the air itself is holding its breath. The rain had stopped an hour ago, leaving behind a mist that wrapped around every lamppost and made the cobblestones shimmer like wet glass. I hadn't planned to be there. In fact, I didn't even know where there was. But something about that little crooked lane, tucked between two rows of forgotten buildings, felt like an open door waiting to be walked through. The sign was barely hanging on one hinge, Whisper Street. It read in faded gold paint. The letters looked like they'd been carved by hand a long, long time ago. I could hear a faint ticking sound coming from somewhere ahead, rhythmic and patient, like a heartbeat echoing through the fog. It grew louder as I walked deeper down the narrow street, past shuttered windows and closed shops that still smelled faintly of old paper and sugar. That's when I saw it, a dim glow spilling out from a small window. The shop had no name, no bright display, only an antique wooden door and a window filled with clocks, hundreds of them. Pocket watches, wall clocks, cuckoo clocks, tall grandfather clocks with brass pendulums that swayed in sleepy unison. Their ticking blended into a soft chorus, each one slightly off from the next, creating a strange, soothing melody that made my eyelids heavy. A wooden sign above the door read, "Horologist repairs, restoration's time unwound." Something about the words "time unwound" made me stop. I stood there for a while, listening to the rainwater dripping from the gutters and the soft ticking inside. Then, without really meaning to, I pushed the door open. The bell above it gave a tired little chime, and warmth rushed out, the kind that smells like oil, old wood, and tea left too long on the counter. Inside, every inch of wall space was covered in timepieces. The air shimmered faintly with golden dust caught in lamplight, swirling lazily as though time itself had slowed to a crawl here. Behind a counter cluttered with tiny screwdrivers and magnifying lenses sat an old man with silver hair tied loosely at the nape of his neck. He looked up from the pocket watch he was fixing and smiled in that quiet, knowing way that makes you feel you've arrived somewhere you were always meant to. "Ah," he said softly, as if he'd been expecting me. "You're a little early." I blinked. "Early?" He nodded, winding the watch gently. "For the midnight song." "That's quite all right. Sit if you like." He gestured to a wooden stool beside the counter. I hesitated, then sat down, my eyes wandering across the clocks, all ticking, all whispering something faint beneath their rhythm. Some ticked fast, others slow, and yet together they created a harmony that felt alive. The watchmaker noticed my gaze. "They each keep a different kind of time," he said. "Not the one you see on your wrist or your phone. These measure moments, laughter, sorrow, promises, regrets, time that the heart keeps, not the clock." His words sank into the soft hum of ticking around us. There was something heavy but beautiful about them, the kind of truth you don't hear in daylight. He handed me a small clock, a pocket watch shaped like a moon, its hands frozen at exactly 12. "This one," he murmured, "sings only once a night, but only to those who remember what they've forgotten." The watch felt oddly warm in my palm. I wanted to ask what he meant, but before I could, every clock in the shop began to slow. The ticking stretched, deepened, and then, in perfect unison, they stopped. The silence that followed was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. The old man smiled faintly and closed his eyes. "Listen carefully," he whispered. "It's almost time." Then at the exact stroke of midnight, the little pocket watch in my hand began to hum. Not loudly, not even clearly, just a trembling silver note that felt like a lullaby sung from another life. The note shimmered through the air, soft as breath. It wasn't just sound, it was memory woven into melody. The walls of the watchmaker's shop seemed to tremble gently. The golden dust caught in the lamplight, swirling in slow circles like fireflies in a dream. The old man didn't move, his eyes closed, his hands resting calmly on the workbench. The clocks around us stayed still, frozen mid-tick. Only the little moon-shaped watch sang, its voice a tender hum that grew warmer the longer it played. And then I began to hear its faint echoes beneath the sound, like distant laughter carried on the wind. I could have sworn I heard my mother's voice, calling me in from the rain when I was small. The smell of wet soil and sugar biscuits filled my mind. My throat tightened. It was too vivid to be imagination. The sound faded almost as soon as I noticed it, leaving only silence and the watchmaker's eyes opening again. He studied me quietly, as though searching my face for traces of the memory. "You heard it, didn't you?" I nodded slowly. "I think, yes, it felt like something you've lost," he finished gently. "That's what it always is. Time carries memories the way rivers carry stones. They smooth them over until we forget their shape. But here, in my little corner, I mend what's been worn away." His gaze wandered toward a large clock on the wall, one unlike the others. It was shaped like a window, its glass face faintly fogged, its pendulum beating once every few heartbeats instead of seconds. The brass frame shimmered like it had been touched by starlight. "Some call it the memory clock," he said. "Others, less poetically, the broken one. It keeps time for the street itself, for all who've ever wandered here." I leaned forward, unable to look away. "For the street?" He smiled slightly. "Whisper Street isn't on any map. It appears when it's needed, when a soul is restless, or when the past refuses to sleep. The clocks call to those who still listen." The words left me with a strange ache, the kind you feel when looking through old photographs. The ticking slowly resumed, one clock at a time, soft, overlapping rhythms returning like raindrops on glass. The watchmaker poured 2 cups of tea from a kettle I hadn't noticed before. The steam curled through the air, carrying a faint scent of bergamot and wood polish. He handed me 1 cup and said, "You should rest a while. The night isn't finished yet, and neither is your story." I sipped the tea. It was warm, almost sweet. My eyes drifted toward the window. Outside, the mist had grown thicker. I couldn't see the street anymore, just faint lantern lights floating in the haze. It felt like the world had folded itself around this one shop, sealing it away in its own pocket of time. "Do you fix all the clocks yourself?" I asked. He chuckled softly. "Oh, no. Some mend themselves when their stories are ready. Others—" He glanced at the shelf where dozens of stopped watches lay. "Others are waiting for their owners to remember them." There was a pause, the kind of quiet that feels deliberate, almost sacred. Then he said, "I wasn't always a watchmaker, you know." "What were you?" He smiled wistfully. "A collector of moments. Once I thought if I could hold on to enough of them, laughter, love, even sorrow, I could stop them from slipping away. But time doesn't work like that, so instead I learned to listen, to repair." Something about his words made the shop feel even smaller, like I was sitting inside the heartbeat of the world. I wanted to ask him what exactly he meant by repair, but just then, a faint tapping came from the back of the shop. The watchmaker turned his head toward the noise. "Ah," he murmured, setting down his cup. "Seems we have another visitor tonight." I glanced at the back door, a narrow wooden frame half hidden behind shelves of ticking clocks. The tapping came again, slow and rhythmic, like someone knocking but too tired to finish. He stood, his movements unhurried but precise, and walked toward the sound. "You may wait here if you wish," he said. "Or if you're brave enough to see what waits beyond midnight, you may come along." My pulse quickened. I hesitated only a moment before standing. "I'll come." The old man smiled, the faintest light catching his eyes. "Good," he said softly. "It's been a long time since someone chose to follow." He reached for an oil lantern hanging on a hook and lit it with a match that hissed in the still air. The flame cast long shadows across the walls, making the clock hands glint like slivers of gold. As he opened the back door, a gust of cold mist rushed in, smelling faintly of rain and iron. What lay beyond didn't look like an alley at all. It looked like another street, entirely darker, older. The cobblestones slick and uneven, the air heavy with the scent of forgotten rain. And somewhere far ahead, faint and distant, I heard another ticking sound, slower, deeper, like the heartbeat of something vast. The watchmaker raised his lantern and looked back at me. "Welcome," he said quietly, "to the other side of Whisper Street." The mist clung to my coat as we stepped outside. The shop door closed behind us with a soft click, and instantly the ticking vanished. In its place came a slow, low hum, not from any machine or creature, but from the air itself. It was the sound of the street breathing. Lanterns floated at intervals, each one flickering as though unsure whether to stay lit or fade away. Their golden halos barely touched the darkness, and the fog swallowed anything more than a few steps ahead. My shoes echoed faintly on the cobblestones, though the watchmaker's made no sound at all. He moved with the ease of someone who knew every hidden turn of this place, every whisper in its walls. The lantern's light spilled across broken windows and rusted signs, tailor, bookbinder, apothecary. But all the shops were empty, their doors locked, their windows filmed with time. "Was this street always here?" I asked quietly. "It's always somewhere," he replied. "Sometimes behind a sigh, sometimes beneath a dream. You found it tonight because something in you remembered how to listen." The words lingered in the fog, as soft and strange as the hum around us. We turned a corner, and that's when I saw it, a clock tower at the far end of the street, its outline faint through the mist. The tower leaned slightly as though tired, and its great clock face glowed dimly with golden light. But the hands were missing. "They've stopped," I murmured. The watchmaker nodded. "Long ago. The heart of Whisper Street stopped beating the day the last bell fell silent." He led me toward the tower. As we neared it, the hum grew louder, steady and pulsing, like the sound of something waiting to wake. We passed doorways filled with old furniture and cracked mirrors. In one of them, I thought I saw a reflection. Move a shadow that wasn't mine. I looked closer, but it was gone. The watchmaker didn't seem surprised. "Echoes," he said. "This place remembers everyone who's ever walked through it. Their steps, their voices, their quiet regrets. You'll see more of them before the night ends." At the base of the tower was an old iron gate. The watchmaker pressed his hand against it, and the metal groaned softly before unlocking itself. The sound echoed up the tower like a sigh. Inside, the air smelled of rust and old stone. A spiral staircase wound upward into the dark, lit only by the faint glow of the lantern. "After you," he said. I hesitated, then began climbing. Each step creaked beneath my weight, and somewhere far above I could hear the faint drip of water. The tower felt endless, like time stretched thin and wrapped around itself. When we finally reached the top, the view stole my breath. The mist had thinned just enough for me to see that Whisper Street wasn't just one street at all. It branched and curved, looping through itself like the gears inside a clock. Every alley connected to another, forming a pattern too perfect to be random. It was a labyrinth of time, and there, at the center of the tower's room, sat an enormous clockwork heart. Its gears were motionless, coated with dust and faint traces of silver. It looked both mechanical and alive, a machine carved with the symbols I didn't recognize. "This," said the watchmaker softly, "is what I've spent my years repairing." He placed the lantern beside it, the flame reflecting off the metal like trembling stars. Every moment lost, every memory forgotten, every heartbeat that fades from the world, it all finds its way here. The clocks in my shop are fragments of this one. I fixed them, hoping that one day it might beat again. I stared at the heart in silence, the weight of his words pressing gently against my chest. There was something deeply human about it, the longing to mend what time has taken. "Does it ever work?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "Sometimes, for a moment. When someone truly remembers, not with their mind, but with their heart, it stirs." He stepped closer, resting his palm against the cool metal. "Would you like to try?" I hesitated. "Me? You heard the song. That means you carry something lost." Slowly I reached out and placed my hand beside his. The surface was cold, almost lifeless, then suddenly warm, like the first breath before dawn. The faintest tremor rippled through the gears. The watchmaker closed his eyes. "There. Do you feel that?" I nodded. "It's moving." He smiled. "Then the night isn't finished with us yet." The clock heart shuddered again once, twice, and then a faint light began to bloom within it, spreading through the cracks and gears like golden threads weaving through time. For a moment the whole tower glowed softly, the light spilling through its windows into the fog below. I could hear faint sounds again. Voices, laughter, footsteps, like a memory of a town once alive. Whisper Street seemed to breathe, if only for a heartbeat. Then, as quickly as it began, the light dimmed, leaving only the gentle pulse beneath my fingertips. The watchmaker exhaled softly. "You brought it back for a moment. That's more than most can do." "What does it mean?" I asked quietly. He looked at me with a mix of gratitude and sadness. "It means you have more to remember than you think." The tower settled into silence again, save for the faint metallic hum beneath our palms. It wasn't dead anymore, just sleeping like something that needed time to remember how to breathe. The watchmaker stepped back and watched the dim glow fade from the heart's gears. He didn't look disappointed, only thoughtful, as if this was exactly what he expected. "You've done enough for tonight," he said softly, dusting his hands on a rag pulled from his pocket. "The rest will take care of itself, as all things do when they're meant to." I stayed still for a moment longer, staring at the heart. Something about it pulled at me, a gentle, invisible thread that tugged at memories just out of reach. There was a faint ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from trying too hard to remember a dream after waking. "Did you ever find your own missing piece?" I asked him quietly. The watchmaker chuckled under his breath, a sound somewhere between amusement and regret. "Ah, my dear visitor, I think I've spent so long helping others find theirs that I've forgotten where I put my own." He picked up the lantern again and motioned for me to follow him down the stairs. The descent felt shorter than the climb. The mist waited at the bottom, curling in through the open gate like an old friend. The street was quieter now, but not empty. I could hear faint whispers carried on the wind. like echoes of people passing by, just out of sight. As we walked, I noticed faint glimmers of light in the fog outlines of figures, transparent and silver blue, walking slowly along the street. Some held umbrellas that shimmered like moonlight, others carried books or cups of tea. They didn't look lost or sad, they looked peaceful, as if they were simply walking home. I stopped and whispered, "Are they?" The watchmaker nodded. "Memories. The street lets them wander when the heart stirs. They belong to those who once came here, who once listened. Tonight you joined them." I watched the glowing figures drift past, fading gently into the mist until only their footprints remained, sparkling briefly before vanishing. A deep calm washed over me, the kind that feels like forgiveness. We turned back toward the shop. The light from its window looked softer now, golden and inviting, like the first warm place after a long rain. The bell chimed as we stepped inside, and the familiar ticking welcomed us home. It sounded different, steadier, somehow more alive. The watchmaker placed the lantern on the counter and carefully wound a small silver clock. Its second hand trembled once before finding its rhythm again. There," he said, smiling faintly. "One moment mended." I sat back on the wooden stool where I'd first entered this strange, beautiful place. The air was thick with the sound of time in motion. Not hurried, not mechanical, but gentle and human. It was the rhythm of breathing, of memory, of something older than words. He poured us each another cup of tea, the steam curling upward like thin strands of ghostly ink. "You'll remember this night," he said quietly. "Perhaps not all of it, but enough." I took the cup in both hands and felt the warmth seep into my skin. "And you? Will you remember me?" The watchmaker smiled, and for a moment his eyes looked impossibly young. "I remember everyone who listens. That's my craft. Every soul leaves behind a sound, a tick, a note, a breath. You'll have one here too." He reached for something on the counter, the moon-shaped pocket watch he'd given me earlier. Its face still pointed to 12, frozen in perfect stillness. He turned it gently in his hands, opened the lid, and blew softly across its glass. A small light flickered inside, faint but steady. He handed it back to me. "Now it's yours," he said. "Keep it close. When it sings again, you'll know where to return." I closed my fingers around it, the metal warm and pulsing like a heartbeat. Outside, the rain began again, soft, slow drops tapping against the windows. The clocks seemed to fall into rhythm with it, every tick matching the rainfall. The watchmaker leaned back, eyes half closed, listening. "Ah," he whispered. "The rain always knows when time has been mended." The fire in the corner crackled, filling the shop with a dim, golden haze. I found myself lost in the sound, the ticking, the rain, the faint creak of wood. It was the most peaceful silence I'd ever known. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes, hours, maybe longer. Whisper Street doesn't measure time the same way we do. But when I finally looked up, the watchmaker was gazing at me with a faint smile, his hands folded neatly in his lap. "It's almost midnight again," he said softly. "Would you like to hear it sing once more?" The shop fell still once again. Every clock paused mid-tick, as if the world had drawn a breath and refused to let it go. I nodded silently. The watchmaker leaned forward, his hand hovering near mine, and the little moon-shaped watch began to tremble. At the exact stroke of 12, it sang. A single silver tone drifted through the room, soft at first, then swelling into something achingly beautiful. The walls shimmered faintly. I could feel the sound in my bones, like the echo of a forgotten lullaby. Images fluttered through my mind, a rain-soaked evening, a window glowing with warm light, laughter I couldn't place. I felt tears prick at my eyes, not from sadness, but from the strange familiarity of it all. When the final note faded, the watchmaker whispered, "Every song is a memory finding its way home." I looked down at the watch, still glowing faintly in my hand, and in that moment, I knew Whisper Street wasn't finished with me yet. I woke to the faint ticking of clocks and the smell of rain-soaked wood. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I had slept at all. The light hadn't changed, the air still shimmered faintly gold, and the watchmaker was still at his workbench, his head bowed over a tangle of tiny gears. The moon-shaped watch rested on the counter beside me, its silver glow dim now like a dream fading with dawn. My reflection blinked back from its glass surface, eyes heavy, but heart strangely light. "You slept," the watchmaker said without looking up. "That's good. Whisper Street is kinder when you rest." I rubbed my eyes. "I feel like I've been here a long time." He smiled faintly, turning a tiny gear between his fingers. "Time passes differently here. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it folds. Once a man stayed for a night and woke 50 years older in the world outside. Another came for a moment and never left at all." He glanced up at me, his eyes glimmering with that same knowing softness. "But don't worry. The clocks keep their promises to those who listen." Outside, the rain was still falling, gentle, rhythmic, almost musical. The window fogged with each exhale from the storm, and behind it, the glow of lanterns blurred like fireflies drifting through the mist. I turned the little watch over in my hand. "What is it, really?" I asked. "Why does it sing?" He hesitated, his thumb tracing the edge of the gear he held. "That one," he said quietly, "belonged to a girl who loved the sound of rain. She used to come by my shop every evening," she said. "She liked how the clocks sounded when the storm outside was louder than their ticking. When she passed, the clocks all fell silent. For a week. This one began to sing the night after her funeral." His voice softened, the words slipping through the air like old music. "Some clocks carry echoes of those who loved them. Some carry what they left behind." I turned the watch in my palm. "Then why did it sing for me?" He gave a small smile. "Perhaps because you carry something she once did, something waiting to be remembered." The words sent a quiet shiver through me. I wanted to ask more, but before I could, a soft chime rang out from the far wall, a single note that didn't belong to any clock I could see. The watchmaker straightened, his expression suddenly alert. "Ah," he murmured, setting down his tools. "It's him again." "Who?" "The time collector." He moved toward the back door, the same one we'd passed through the night before. "He leaves traces every now and then, fragments of time he's stolen or found. If we're lucky, one of them will still remember its owner." The name lingered in my mind like a secret whispered through keyholes. The time collector. Sounded impossible, yet nothing about Whisper Street felt bound by what should or shouldn't be. I followed him outside. The rain had eased into a misty drizzle, and the street shimmered like a river of glass. The glowing outlines of the memory figures were gone, but their warmth still hung in the air. At the far end of the lane, near the clock tower's shadow, something gleamed faintly in a puddle, not light, but time itself caught in liquid form. It rippled golden and blue, reflecting flashes of places I couldn't quite see, a child's laughter, a hand reaching out, a door closing slowly. The watchmaker crouched beside it. "Another dropped fragment," he said softly. "He was here recently." He dipped a small brass key into the puddle. When he pulled it back out, a faint shimmer clung to the metal like dew. He pocketed it carefully. "Who is he?" I asked again. "The time collector?" The watchmaker rose slowly, the rain settling on his shoulders like silver threads. "He used to be like me, a keeper, a mender. But some hearts grow hungry for what they fix. He began taking time that wasn't his to hold. He began walking again, the lantern's glow bobbing gently in the mist. He believes that if he gathers enough lost moments, he can build a clock that stops the end of everything. And can he? The watchmaker shook his head. To stop time is to stop life. But some people only see the fear of losing it. The air felt heavier now, colder. Whisper Street seemed to shift around us, the shop windows flickering, the reflections moving even when we stood still. Somewhere far off, a bell rang once, deep and hollow, though there was no church nearby. We reached the corner, where the street forked in two directions, one path familiar, lined with sleepy shops, the other narrow and dark, descending into mist so thick it looked like smoke. The watchmaker lifted the lantern toward it. "That way," he said quietly, "is where the collector walks." I stared into the fog. It didn't look like any street I'd ever seen. It looked like a dream unraveling. "Are we going there?" I asked. "Not yet," he said, lowering the lantern. "The collector leaves signs before he comes. You'll see them soon enough." He turned back toward the shop, his shoulders slightly hunched beneath the drizzle. "For now, there's something else you should understand about the clocks, about the stories they keep." He paused by the door, his fingers resting on the handle. "Every clock in my care is bound to a soul. Some I've met. Others I only know through what they've left behind. But one clock, one very old clock, is missing its story entirely." He looked at me then, eyes glimmering through the lamplight. "And I believe it might belong to you." The words froze me where I stood. Belong to me? The rain pattered softly on the awning above the shop as I followed him back inside. The air was warm again, faintly metallic, scented with oil and tea leaves. But something had shifted. The ticking of the clock sounded sharper, more deliberate, as though each second now waited for an answer. The watchmaker moved slowly across the room, past shelves of tiny pocket watches and old wall clocks whose pendulums swung in perfect rhythm. Then he stopped at a cabinet I hadn't noticed before. It was carved from dark oak, its surface etched with faint constellations and winding patterns like vines of time. He unlocked it with the same brass key he'd dipped in the puddle earlier. The hinges groaned softly as he opened it. And inside, on a velvet cloth, sat a single clock. It was small, perhaps the size of a child's hands. Its glass face was cracked, its hands frozen just before midnight. Yet faint light pulsed behind the glass, a slow, fragile heartbeat of gold. He lifted it gently and handed it to me. "This one hasn't ticked in years," he murmured. "But every time someone new visits Whisper Street, it glows." I held it carefully. The glass was cool, but beneath it, warmth flickered faintly like holding the last ember of a dying fire. "What does it mean?" He smiled a little sadly. "That depends on what you've forgotten." The clock's reflection wavered as I looked into it for an instant. I thought I saw something. A train platform bathed in moonlight, a hand waving through the fog, a voice saying my name. But the image vanished before I could hold on to it. The watchmaker leaned closer. "Sometimes the clocks remember what we can't." Outside, the rain grew steadier again, as though echoing the rhythm of the room. I set the small clock down on the counter. "If it really belongs to me," I said slowly, "can it tell me why I'm here?" He hesitated. "It might, but it will only speak when it's ready and when you are." I nodded, uncertain. There was something both comforting and heartbreaking about this place, the way everything hummed quietly with the lives it remembered. The watchmaker poured us both tea from a steaming pot, the aroma rich and earthy. "Whisper Street has many guests," he said softly. "Most come without realizing what they seek. Some want to find a memory, others to leave one behind. He looked at me. Which are you, I wonder? I didn't know how to answer. The warmth of the tea seeped into my hands, and I watched the little clock's golden glow reflect on the cup's surface. Maybe both, I said finally. He smiled, eyes softening. Then you're in the right place. For a long while we sat in silence, listening to the rain and the clock's steady harmony. It felt like the world had slowed to a whisper, as if every second stretched tenderly, reluctant to leave. Then, faintly, from somewhere outside came a sound, a low, distant ticking that didn't match any of the clocks around us. It was irregular, wandering, like footsteps echoing through time. The watchmaker's head lifted. He's closer than I thought. The time collector? He nodded. He comes whenever a forgotten clock begins to wake. The air grew colder. The candles flickered, and the shadow of the gears on the wall seemed to twist and stretch. I felt the weight of unseen eyes on the glass windows, though when I turned, there was only mist. What does he want? I whispered. To take back what time left behind. A soft crackling filled the room. Not fire, but something stranger. Like the air itself was splintering. The glow from the small clock in front of me began to tremble, as if caught between staying and vanishing. The watchmaker stood and moved to the door, his coat brushing the floor. Stay here, he said quietly. If he calls, don't answer. And before I could stop him, he stepped out into the rain. The door shut gently behind him. I was alone. The ticking grew louder now, circling the room like a pulse. My reflection flickered in the window, warping with each flash of distant lightning. The smell of rain mixed with something faintly metallic, not unpleasant, just strange, like the scent of memory itself. And then faintly, I heard it a whisper outside the window. It wasn't the wind. It was a voice, soft, steady, familiar. Do you still remember? I froze. The glow from the little clock on the counter grew stronger, spilling light across my hands. The voice came again, closer this time. Do you still remember the night the train left? The words hit something deep inside me, a pulse, a memory just out of reach. I turned toward the glass, but the street beyond was empty, only rain falling in silver threads. Still, I could feel the presence of someone just beyond sight, as if time itself stood there waiting. The little clock began to tick, one time, twice. Then silence. And I realized something I had heard that ticking before, somewhere far away in a world I thought I'd left behind. The sound of the ticking filled the room like breath hesitant, human. Each beat of it tugged gently at something in my chest, as though pulling at invisible strings knotted between this place and another time. I stared at the clock, unable to look away. Its cracked glass glowed brighter now, the light deepening from gold to a pale, dreamlike blue. It pulsed in rhythm with the faint whisper of rain against the window, and for a heartbeat, everything, the ticking, the rain, even the air seemed to align into perfect stillness. Then, all at once, I remembered. A station platform, lanterns swaying in the fog, a voice calling out the final boarding, and a promise soft, trembling that I would return before the last train left. But I never did. The image vanished as quickly as it came, leaving behind a hollow ache that felt older than I was. I touched the glass of the little clock. Who are you showing me? I whispered. What am I forgetting? The door creaked. I turned sharply, but it wasn't the watchmaker. A tall shadow lingered just beyond the threshold, its outline bending slightly, like a reflection caught in rippling water. I couldn't see its face, only the faint shimmer of moving gears beneath the darkness, clockwork shifting softly with each slow step it took toward me. The ticking grew uneven. My heart stuttered. the time collector." The figure tilted its head as though in amusement. Its voice, when it came, was not a sound, but a vibration in the air, deep and weightless all at once. "Collector?" it murmured. "No, keeper of what others throw away." His hand or something, shaped like one, reached toward the clock on the counter. "That one remembers you," it said, "but you left it behind." I stepped back instinctively, but the air between us thickened, shimmering faintly like the surface of a dream. "I didn't mean to," I said. "I don't even know what I left." The collector paused, head tilting again. "You left time. Yours. Pieces of it scattered like rain." Outside, thunder rolled faintly, soft but endless. The collector's presence seemed to bend the sound itself, every echo arriving a moment too late, as if reality was lagging. "You've taken others' time," I said quietly. "That's why the Watchmaker fears you." "I take what's lost," the voice answered simply. "No one ever keeps their seconds forever. They spill them in the streets, forget them in the silence between heartbeats." Its gaze drifted, if something without eyes could gaze toward the rows of clocks along the wall. "He keeps time like a gardener keeps seeds. I gather it like fallen leaves." It turned to me then, the faint shimmer of blue and silver still pulsing beneath its form. "But you are neither." "Then what am I?" The collector leaned closer, and for an instant I saw my reflection within its shape, not in flesh, but in fragments of moments. Laughter under rain, the scent of tea, the hum of a station clock. "You are the one who stands between remembering and letting go," it said softly. "You came here to decide." My throat tightened. "Decide what?" "Whether time should keep you, or free you." The words hit me like a quiet storm. I wanted to ask what it meant, but before I could, the collector reached out again, this time toward the cracked little clock. Its touch didn't shatter the glass. Instead, the light within it flared brighter, filling the room with soft, trembling gold. In that moment, I saw everything, faces I'd loved, places I'd wandered, all the moments I thought had slipped away. It was like being held inside a memory too big for the present to contain. Then the light began to fade. The collector's voice lowered. "It still beats because part of you lives within it. But if it beats too long, you'll never leave Whisper Street." I stared at the clock, its glow softening into a quiet pulse. "Then what do I do?" "Find the hour you lost," it said simply. "And when you do, return it to the Watchmaker before dawn. And if I can't..." The collector paused, then whispered, "Then the street will remember you forever." The shadow stepped back. The rain outside ceased completely, leaving a silence so thick I could hear the faint hum of my own heartbeat echoing in the glass. Then, without sound or motion, the collector was gone. The door opened with a slow creak. The Watchmaker stepped in, his coat dripping from the storm that no longer fell. His eyes scanned the room, the glow of the small clock, and then met mine. "So," he said quietly, "you've seen him." I nodded. "He said I left my time behind, that if I don't find it, I'll never leave." The Watchmaker exhaled, setting his lantern down. "Then you'll have to follow the echoes. They'll lead you where your time fell." He moved toward the counter, brushing a finger gently over the clock's glass. "You're lucky it still glows. Most who see the collector lose their reflection before the dawn." A faint smile curved his lips, sad but kind. "You've already begun to remember. That's more than most." He turned toward the door again, the lantern's light painting his silhouette in gold. "Come," he said. "The echoes won't wait long." The mist outside had thickened again, wrapping Whisper Street in a gauzy stillness. The Watchmaker's lantern flickered as we stepped into the open, its glow barely pushing through the fog. The street looked different now longer somehow. The houses stretched at strange angles, as if pulled by the weight of their own reflections. The sound of rain had faded completely, replaced by the soft hum of unseen clocks ticking in the distance. I could feel them under my feet, in the air, in the rhythm of my breath. Each tick was a reminder that somewhere, somehow, time still remembered me. We walked in silence for a while, our footsteps barely echoing. The watchmaker's gaze moved from door to door, his expression unreadable. "You said I should follow the echoes," I murmured. "How will I know when I've found one?" He lifted the lantern toward a row of shop fronts, all shuttered, their windows clouded with condensation. "You'll feel it before you see it," he said. "An echo is not a sound. It's a memory that's found you again." As he spoke, a faint shimmer appeared on the cobblestones ahead, like moonlight caught in motion. I slowed, watching as it began to ripple outward, forming shapes, a bench, a tree. The faint sound of laughter carried on air that wasn't there. A vision unfolded before us, ghostly but vivid. A younger version of myself sitting beneath a flickering street lamp, notebook in hand. I was writing, smiling faintly, pausing every now and then to look at the clock tower's distant face. I watched, entranced, as that version of me lifted a small silver watch, the same one that now rested back in the shop. I held it to my ear, listening to its soft ticking as though it were whispering secrets. Then faintly, a train horn called from beyond the horizon. I looked up. The echo of me hesitated, then stood leaving the notebook behind on the bench and walked away into the mist until both the figure and the sound faded completely. The vision dissolved. The street returned to silence. Only the bench remained and the notebook sitting upon it. I approached slowly, the edges of its pages fluttering even without wind. When I touched it, warmth pulsed through my fingertips, the same golden glow that lived inside the little clock. "You found your first echo," the watchmaker said softly. I opened the notebook. The pages were filled with my handwriting, but the ink shimmered faintly like dew. I read one line aloud. "If I forget, may time remember." My chest tightened. "I wrote this," I whispered. "I used to write here before the last train," the watchmaker finished gently. I nodded, swallowing hard. The memory came back in fragments. The fog, the whistle, a voice calling my name, and then nothing but silence, and the steady ticking of my watch. "Why did I leave it behind?" I asked. "Because you thought time would wait," he said. "But time doesn't wait. It lingers." He closed the notebook and handed it back to me. "Take it. Each echo you find will bring the clock closer to waking. But be careful, the more you remember, the more Whisper Street will try to keep you." As we continued down the lane, the mists began to shift again, curling into shapes that almost looked like doorways or perhaps mirrors. Within one, I caught glimpses of scenes: my childhood home, an old cafe, a rainy evening where I'd laughed with someone whose face I could no longer recall. Each reflection called to me like a song half forgotten. I reached out once, almost touching the glass of air itself, and for a heartbeat, I felt warmth, a pulse that wasn't mine. The watchmaker's hand rested gently on my shoulder. "Don't. If you step into a memory before it's ready, you might never return." I lowered my hand slowly. "Then how will I know which one holds my missing hour?" He looked at me, really looked his eyes deep with the kind of sadness that only those who have watched lifetimes pass can carry. "You'll know," he said softly, "because it will hurt, but it will feel like home." We turned a corner and the fog parted slightly, revealing a narrow alley lined with hanging lanterns. Their light swayed even though there was no wind. The air here was heavy with a scent I recognized instantly: wet iron, train smoke, and tea. "The station," I breathed. The watchmaker nodded. "The echoes have led you well." At the end of the alley, through the curtain of mist, stood the faint outline of a small platform, half real, half memory. The tracks glimmered faintly, leading into a horizon that pulsed with soft blue lights. A train stood waiting there, silent and still. Its windows glowed faintly, but no one was inside. My heartbeat quickened. The watchmaker's voice came as a whisper beside me. "This is where your hour fell." He handed me the glowing little clock. "Whatever happens now, listen to it. It will guide you home, whichever home you choose." I stared at the train, the fog swirling around its wheels like old dreams reborn. The door was slightly open, a single beam of light spilling across the platform. I took a step forward, the clock warm in my hands. Somewhere in the distance, a single bell chimed the sound of an ending, or perhaps a beginning. And as I crossed the threshold, I felt the air shift, the scent of rain returning, the hum of time growing louder, like every second was holding its breath. The moment I stepped onto the train, the world changed. The fog outside rippled, and I felt the weight of time pressing softly against my skin. Not cruel, not cold, just aware. The air smelled of iron and lavender. The seats were empty, yet faint outlines shimmered where passengers once sat, the ghosts of every departure I'd ever missed. I walked down the aisle, the little clock glowing brighter with each step. Its ticking matched my heartbeat, then surpassed it faster, louder, until it was the only sound that existed. At the end of the carriage stood a single window. Beyond it, I saw not a landscape, but moments. My laughter in a rainstorm, my mother's voice calling me home, the night I promised to return, and then the image of the watchmaker, standing in the mist, waiting. The train shuddered softly. The hands of the clock turned once, breaking the stillness. And I finally realized I wasn't chasing time. I was finding the part of myself I'd left within it. The train didn't move at first. It just breathed slow, mechanical breaths that made the air hum with quiet life. The lanterns above flickered in rhythm with the little clock still glowing in my palm, and for a strange, trembling moment, I couldn't tell whether the train was real or only something I had dreamed into being. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like soft fabric, glowing faintly with the reflection of the station lights. The rain began again, slow at first, then steady, drumming against the roof in a rhythm that felt almost familiar. When I sat down, the seat gave a small sigh, as if remembering the weight of someone who had once sat there before me. I set the little clock on the window ledge beside me. Its glow bathed the cabin in a gentle gold light, warm and fragile, like candlelight in an empty church. The silence between ticks grew longer. I realized with a soft ache that the train wasn't going anywhere, not yet. It was waiting for me to decide. Through the faint mist on the glass, I saw the watchmaker standing at the end of the platform. His lantern swayed lightly in the rain. He didn't wave or speak. He simply waited, as though he knew that words might shatter the moment. I lifted the clock, whispering, "Show me what I lost." The hands of the clock twitched, once, twice, and then began to move backward. The carriage shivered. Lights streamed in through the windows, flooding the train in soft motion. The world outside blurred and folded, the platform dissolving, the station lights turning into stars. And suddenly, I was no longer in Whisper Street. I stood in the middle of a familiar place, a small cafe near the river, its windows fogged by steam, the smell of cinnamon and rain drifting through the air. I could hear my own laughter, faint but unmistakable. At a corner table, there I was younger, smiling, scribbling something in a notebook, while someone sat across from me. Their face was hidden by the light from the window, but I knew that voice. I could feel the warmth of it, the way it filled the silence like music. "You always look at clocks," the other me said with a grin, closing the notebook. "You're obsessed." And I laughed. "Maybe I'm afraid of losing time." "Then don't measure it," they said gently. "Live it." The memory rippled like a reflection disturbed by touch. The cafe dimmed, the voices fading, until I stood alone once more. I touched the watch in my hand. It was warm, vibrating faintly with something that felt almost like heartbeat. "I remember now," I whispered. "I remember the hour I lost. It was the moment I chose to leave." The train appeared again, the cafe melting back into the gentle glow of its lanterns. I sat back in the seat, trembling softly. Outside, the fog had changed color from gray to pale blue, like dawn breaking behind clouds. But the air was different now. The ticking of the clock had slowed. I lifted it again. Its hands pointed to a time just before sunrise. "Why show me this?" I asked aloud, though there was no one in the carriage but me. The answer came as a faint whisper in the air, not a voice, but a feeling, a thought brushing the edge of my mind. Because the lost hour was never about time. It was about the promise you left unfinished. I closed my eyes. The rain outside softened again, each drop like a lullaby. The train's engine groaned quietly, a low hum building beneath the silence. It began to move slowly, gently, the way dreams drift before they end. I watched the world blur past the window, not streets or cities, but moments. A child blowing dandelions into the air, two shadows walking hand in hand, a clock striking midnight over a sea of stars. The watchmaker's words echoed faintly in my memory. "Every clock in my care is bound to a soul." Maybe this train wasn't carrying passengers at all. Maybe it carried ours, all the moments people left behind, still waiting to be remembered. As I leaned back, the warmth of the golden light wrapped around me. The movement of the train became almost hypnotic gentle, rocking like the rhythm of a heartbeat. I didn't know where it was taking me. But for the first time since arriving on Whisper Street, I wasn't afraid. Because now, I knew that some things don't end when the clock stops. They simply wait until you're ready to return. The train glided through a landscape that wasn't made of earth or sky, but of moments. Each window opened to a different memory, a flicker of lives long gone, suspended in the golden mist. A boy releasing a paper lantern. A woman waiting at a station that no longer existed. A watchmaker polishing a clock that would never tell time again. I pressed my hand to the glass as the scenes drifted by. The warmth of them pulsed faintly against my fingertips, the ache of things remembered too late. The train seemed to hum softly in tune with it all, like a lullaby sung by time itself. The clock beside me ticked slower now, each beat drawing me closer to something I could almost name. The voice that had whispered in my mind earlier still lingered in the air, gentle and patient. "You left before the hour could end." I tried to remember. I saw flashes the fog, the rain-soaked platform, a letter in my hand. My heart pounded. Why had I left? Who was I waiting for? The train slowed, creaking as if sighing in its sleep. The lights dimmed. Outside, the golden mist parted, revealing a darkened station, glowing faintly blue. Its sign was almost unreadable beneath the dust of time, but I could make out one word: remembrance. The doors opened soundlessly. I stepped out into air that felt lighter than breath. The platform stretched endlessly in both directions, lined with clocks that had no faces, only pendulum swinging in silence. The floor shimmered beneath my feet like water, and with every step I took, ripples of faint memories echoed outward. Someone stood at the far end of the platform. The Watchmaker. He looked different here, younger, or perhaps timeless. The lantern in his hand shone brighter than before, its light not yellow but white, soft and endless. "You found it," he said, his voice barely above the hum of the clocks. "The place where hours come to rest." "What is this?" I asked. "The end of waiting," he said simply. He walked toward me, his boots making no sound against the floor. "Every traveler who loses an hour finds their way here. Some come searching for forgiveness, others for peace." "And me?" I asked. "You came for both." I looked down at the clock in my hands. Its glow flickered faintly, like a candle nearing its final breath. "The collector said if it beats too long, I'll never leave." The Watchmaker smiled, that same small, gentle smile I'd seen since the moment I met him. "That's true. Because when a heart stays too long inside a memory, it forgets it's supposed to wake." The words struck something deep in me. "Then how do I wake?" "By giving back what you took," I frowned. "What did I take?" He pointed toward the edge of the platform. There, half hidden by the mist, stood a small bench, and on it, a figure. Someone sitting quietly, waiting. Even from here, I knew. My chest tightened. It was them, the person from my memory, and the one whose voice I'd heard in the cafe. I walked closer, slowly, afraid that the moment would dissolve if I moved too quickly. The figure looked up. Their face was kind, unchanged by time. They smiled as though no seconds had passed at all. "You're late?" they said softly. The words made me laugh and ache all at once. "I missed the train," I replied. They nodded. "But you came back." I sat beside them. The air between us was filled with the soft sound of invisible rain, or maybe it was just the rhythm of all the clocks breathing around us. "I never said goodbye," I murmured. "You didn't have to," they said, looking at me with eyes full of the same calm the Watchmaker carried. "You only had to remember." I wanted to say more, to ask where they had been, if they'd waited, if they'd forgiven me, but the words wouldn't come. All I could do was sit there, feeling the hum of time brushing softly around us, like a tide returning to shore. After a long while, they looked toward the train and smiled faintly. "He's waiting for you, you know." "The Watchmaker?" They nodded. "He always waits for the ones who remember." I turned back to the glowing clock in my hand. Its ticking slowed until it matched the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. "What happens if I give this back?" They smiled. "Then Whisper Street will let you go." The lantern light shifted, flickering gently. The world around us began to waver, the platform blurring into mist once more. I looked back at them one last time. "Will I see you again?" "Every time it rains," they said. Their words echoed faint and tender as the mist rose between us, and when it cleared, they were gone. The train waited quietly, doors open, humming like a lullaby ready to begin again. I stepped back onto the train, and this time, it didn't move. The doors closed softly, and the world outside melted into pale gold. The clock in my hand glowed faintly, pulsing like it was breathing alive, aware, waiting. The Watchmaker stood by the door now, his lantern dimmer, the flame inside shifting blue. He gestured for me to sit, and I did. The seats were covered in dust and petals, like years of forgotten springtimes had been gathering here, one after another. He took the clock from my hands and studied it. "It's tired," he said, now brushing the glass face gently. "It's been running on borrowed time." "Whose time is it?" I asked. He smiled faintly, the lines around his eyes deepening. "Yours, of course." Every piece of time we waste builds its own echo. Every hour we regret becomes something we must one day visit. He turned the clock over, revealing tiny engravings I hadn't noticed before, spirals and letters that looked like they were written by the wind. "You've been carrying this hour for a long time," he said. "The hour you wished you could take back." I stared at the clock. "You mean when I—" He nodded before I could finish. "When you left. Before you said goodbye." The words filled the space between us like dust in sunlight. I felt my throat tighten. "I didn't know how," I whispered. The watchmaker looked up at me with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of patience. "Few do. That's why I built Whisper Street." I frowned. "You built it?" He nodded. "Long ago. Out of all the minutes that people left behind, the ones too heavy to carry. Every ticking clock here holds someone's last, unfinished moment." My gaze drifted to the windows. I could see faint outlines of buildings, now crooked houses glowing softly in the fog, each one humming with its own heartbeat. Inside, silhouettes moved, people staring at clocks, winding them carefully, whispering to the hours they'd lost. "They're remembering," the watchmaker said. "That's all this place asks of you. And once they do, they rest." The simplicity of it made me ache. "And you?" He smiled. "I watch over them. Every time someone remembers, the street grows quieter. Someday, when the last clock stops ticking, I'll rest too." His lantern flickered as though agreeing with him. I wanted to say something, but my words dissolved before they reached the air. I looked down the clock's hands. It stopped. "Is that bad?" I asked. He shook his head. "It means you're ready." The train gave a soft sigh, and the world outside began to shift again. The fog swirled into silver ribbons, and slowly, the outlines of Whisper Street came into focus. The cobblestone road gleamed faintly under the pale glow of the lanterns. The air carried a faint scent like rain and rust and something sweetly nostalgic. I realized it was the same smell that had followed me since I arrived. "Where are we going?" I asked. "To the workshop," he said, "where it all began." We stepped off the train together. The station had no name, this time only a clock tower rising out of the mist. Its bells silent. His hands frozen at 1 minute before midnight. The watchmaker's steps were slow, deliberate. As we walked, the whispers of time brushed against my ears, fragments of laughter, music, unspoken words. It wasn't frightening. It felt like walking through a dream made of everything I'd once loved. We reached a small door beneath the tower. The watchmaker placed his hand on the wood, and it opened silently, as if it had been waiting for centuries just for this moment. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of brass and candle wax. Hundreds of clocks lined the walls, pocket watches, mantel clocks, delicate hourglasses with silver sand. None of them ticked. They just glowed. He set my little clock on the workbench and turned to me. "Do you know why the clocks don't make a sound here?" I shook my head. "Because here, time doesn't pass. It listens." He placed both hands on the clock, and a faint hum filled the room. One by one, the clocks on the walls began to shimmer, responding to his touch. I felt something move inside me, not fear, but a deep calm, like realizing that the end of something wasn't really an ending at all. "This hour," he said softly, "belongs to you, but it doesn't have to hurt forever." He handed me the clock again. Its glass face reflected my own eyes, tired, soft, and a little afraid. "What do I do with it?" I asked. "Set it free," he said. "How?" He gestured toward a window at the far end of the workshop. Through it, I could see the faint outline of rain beginning to fall, slow and silver. "When the first drop touches the ground," he said, "open your hand." held the clock close, feeling its warmth one last time. The ticking faint and fragile seemed to echo my breath. Outside, a single raindrop fell, and I opened my hand. The clock left my palm so gently that I almost didn't feel it go. It rose into the air like a breath freed after years of being held too long. The faint glow it carried shimmered against the falling rain, scattering into countless droplets of light that melted into the mist. For a moment, the entire workshop held its breath. Then, one by one, the silent clocks began to tick again, softly at first, then in growing harmony. The sound wasn't mechanical. It was warm, like the rhythm of hearts remembering how to beat. The watchmaker stood beside me, eyes fixed on the drifting lights. "There," he murmured. "It's home now." I turned to him. "Home?" He nodded. "Every hour that's released finds its way back to where it belongs. That's what you've done. You let your hour return to the world." Outside the window, the rain thickened, turning into a curtain of silver that blurred everything into beauty. The street beyond glowed with lanterns, not yellow this time, but a soft, oceanic blue. I realized those weren't lanterns at all. They were clocks. Each one belonged to someone who had remembered. The watchmaker's expression softened as he looked toward the glowing road. "Do you hear that?" he asked. At first I thought it was thunder, but then I realized it was laughter. Quiet, far away, echoing through the rain. A sound from long ago, my own laughter. Tears rose in my eyes before I could stop them. "It's me," I whispered. "When I was younger. When I didn't know how precious time was." He smiled gently. "You still don't. None of us truly do. That's why I built the clock, so we could listen instead of measure." The workshop shimmered faintly, and for a second I saw a change flickering between now and then, between what it had been and what it might someday become. There were days when the tools on the shelves were covered in dust, and others where they gleamed with new polish. Days when the watchmaker looked old, and others when he looked no older than I was. Time didn't seem to move here. It folded. "Will it stay like this?" I asked. He shook his head. "Nothing stays, not even time. But it remembers." He reached for the lantern hanging beside his bench and handed it to me. "Take this," he said. "You'll need it for the walk back." I hesitated. "Back to where?" He nodded toward the door. "Whisper Street doesn't hold on to those who've let go. When your hour is set free, the street begins to fade." And I could already see it. The edges of the workshop were softening, dissolving into light. The ticking of the clocks began to slow again, one by one, until they were nothing but echoes. "Will I see you again?" I asked. He looked thoughtful, as if searching the space between seconds for an answer. "Perhaps," he said at last. "In a reflection. In a ticking watch. In the way rain sounds on glass when you think you're alone." He smiled faintly. "That's where I'll be." The floor beneath me rippled like water, and a soft wind began to hum through the workshop, scattering faint sparks of light, pieces of time, lifting and swirling around me like fireflies. The watchmaker's figure started to fade, but his voice lingered, tender and calm. "Remember this. Time isn't meant to be chased nor feared. It's meant to be heard." The wind grew stronger. The lantern's flame steadied, glowing bright enough to outshine the dissolving walls. I took one last look at him, at the place that had been built from memory and rain and silence, and whispered, "Thank you." He nodded once, as though he'd been waiting to hear those words. The light swallowed everything. When it faded, I was standing in the middle of Whisper Street again. The cobblestones glistened beneath the rain, and the air felt lighter, like the whole world had exhaled. The bakery from before was gone, as were the shadows of other travelers. Only the faint outline of the clock tower remained, its hands now turning freely. The lantern still burned in my hand. I held it up, and for the first time, I saw what was inside, not a flame, but a single floating droplet of light. My lost hour. It pulsed once, twice, and then disappeared into the rain. I stood there, smiling through quiet tears, realizing that sometimes the most beautiful moments are the ones we finally let go of. Somewhere in the distance, the faint chime of a clock tower echoed through the mist, not mournful, but bright, like the beginning of a song. And just like that, Whisper Street fell silent again. The rain gentled into a soft drizzle as I walked down Whisper Street, each droplet catching the lantern's glow like tiny falling stars. The cobblestones beneath my shoes seemed to hum faintly, not with sorrow, but with peace. I passed the empty cafe, the silent window panes, the mist that clung to the corners like memory itself. Somewhere behind me, the clock tower chimed once more, the purest sound I'd ever heard. It felt like it reached through me, sweeping away the heaviness I'd carried for years. I turned back for one last look. The workshop, the tower, the glowing street, all of it shimmered faintly before dissolving into silver light, until only the sound of the rain remained. When I finally stepped beyond the fog, the world looked unchanged, yet I felt different. The air was newer, my heart lighter. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of tomorrow. When I woke, I was no longer on Whisper Street, at least. Not as it had been. The rain had stopped, the fog had lifted, and morning light drifted over everything like a quiet confession. I stood in the middle of an old town square I didn't recognize. It was beautiful but ordinary, a baker sweeping his doorstep, a woman arranging flowers, a boy chasing a paper boat through puddles that reflected the brightening sky. For a moment I wondered if I had dreamed it all, the watchmaker, the train, the workshop of clocks. But then I felt a small weight in my coat pocket. I reached in and pulled out the lantern. Its flame was gone, but the glass still shimmered faintly as though it remembered light. And beneath the thin film of condensation on its surface, I could faintly see a reflection of a street that no longer existed. Whisper Street. I whispered a quiet thank you to no one in particular. The baker looked up and smiled at me. "Morning's clear again," he said, his voice bright with the sort of warmth that always follows long rain. "Feels like the world's been washed clean." I nodded. "It does." I wandered through the town, unsure where I was headed, following the sound of chimes that seemed to come from somewhere near the center. I found them hanging outside a small antique shop, dozens of wind chimes made from glass, silver, and pieces of old watches. They swayed in the soft morning breeze, each one singing a slightly different note. The shop sign above them read, "The Whispering Hour." I froze. Inside, sunlight spilled across shelves lined with clocks, sandglasses, and small, delicate watches. But this time, the air wasn't heavy or strange. It was gentle, like walking into someone's fondest memory. An old man stood behind the counter, polishing the glass of a pocket watch. He wore no apron, no gloves, just a soft wool sweater, and eyes that seemed too kind for this world. For a heartbeat, I thought it was him. But the man looked up, smiled, and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't help but laugh. "Something like that." He tilted his head, curious. "You're welcome to look around. Everything here has its own story. None of them for sale, though." "Then why keep them?" I asked. He shrugged lightly. "Because some stories need a home." I stepped closer to the counter. "Did this place always exist?" He smiled faintly. "Depends what you mean by always. Some say it appears when it's needed. Others think it's been here forever." My eyes wandered over the rows of watches, each one ticking softly in perfect rhythm except for one. It was a small, round clock, no bigger than my palm. Its hands were still frozen at 1 minute before midnight. My heart stilled. "May I see that one?" He nodded and carefully placed it in my hand. It was warm, familiar. "It came in a long time ago," he said. "Someone left it on the doorstep with a note." I looked down. There was still a faint engraving along its rim, a tiny spiral, a line of words I remembered hearing once in the workshop. "Time isn't meant to be chased." "Do you know who left it?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, but every night, right before midnight, it ticks once." I stared at the clock, and for the first time I didn't feel sorrow or curiosity, only peace. Maybe that's its way of saying it's still listening. He smiled, eyes glinting with quiet understanding. Maybe. The morning breeze pushed gently through the doorway, stirring the chimes again. Their sound mingled with the ticking of the clocks, until it felt like the whole shop was breathing alive with something sacred and tender. I set the clock back down. "Thank you," I said softly. The man nodded. "Take care of your hours," he said. "They take care of you in return." When I stepped outside, the wind carried the scent of fresh bread and rain-soaked stone. The streets glowed under the awakening sun. Somewhere behind me, a clock chimed 12 times noon, not midnight. And yet, as its echo faded, I could swear I heard another chime follow, faint, distant, from somewhere only the heart could find. I paused, listening. Then I smiled, because I knew exactly where it came from. I walked aimlessly for a while, the faint echo of the clock's chime following me like a memory that didn't want to fade. The streets were alive now, markets opening, voices rising, the world returning to its rhythm. And yet beneath it all, there was something softer, something I hadn't noticed before. It was in the way people lingered when they spoke, how they smiled before parting, how they looked up at the sky as if noticing the light for the first time that day. It was as though everyone somehow had heard the same quiet lesson Whisper Street had taught me. I passed the small park lined with willow trees. The air smelled faintly of rain and bread. A child was sitting by the fountain, winding a tiny watch with careful fingers. He looked up as I approached, eyes bright with the concentration. "It doesn't tick anymore," he said, showing me the face of the little watch. I smiled. "Maybe it's just resting." He frowned, puzzled. "Watches don't rest." "Everything rests," I said, kneeling beside him. "Even time." The boy tilted his head, thinking about that. "How do you make time rest?" "You listen to it." He laughed at that, a small, sparkling laugh that reminded me of something distant. "You're strange," he said, and ran off through the puddles, leaving behind a faint echo of joy that seemed to hang in the air long after he was gone. I sat by the fountain for a moment, listening to the soft trickle of water, watching the sunlight scatter across its surface. My reflection stared back at me, older maybe, but calmer. The kind of calm that comes only after forgiving something you didn't realize you were holding on to. I reached into my pocket again. The lantern still shimmered faintly, though no flame burned within it. When I tilted it toward the light, tiny droplets of mist formed along its glass, and if I looked close enough, I could swear I saw faint ripples moving inside, like rain falling somewhere far away. Whisper Street wasn't gone. It had simply moved somewhere quieter, somewhere inward. I stood and began walking again, following the rhythm of the town, the clatter of dishes from a nearby cafe, the rustle of wind through the paper signs, the hum of conversation. Time, I realized, wasn't measured by clocks or bells. It lived in these moments, in the pauses, the breaths, the tiny kindnesses people shared without ever naming them. I passed a bridge where the river gleamed like melted glass. A musician sat at the edge, playing a violin so softly that it sounded like the rain whispering through trees. I stopped to listen. The melody was gentle and unhurried, familiar in a way that made my chest ache. When the song ended, the musician looked up and smiled. "You've been walking a long road," he said, his voice kind, his eyes a color I couldn't quite name. "I suppose I have," I replied. He nodded toward the lantern in my hand. "That light's nearly gone." "I know," I said softly. "It's supposed to." He smiled as though I'd given the right answer. "Good. Not all lights are meant to last only long enough to show the way." He went back to playing, and I continued walking. The sound of his violin following me, like a slow heartbeat fading into distance. By the time I reached the edge of town, the sun was setting streaks of gold and lavender, spilling across the horizon like a painting left unfinished. I stood there for a long while, letting the air fill me with a strange, tender stillness. There was a moment quiet and brief when I thought I saw it again. The faint shimmer of fog curling between the streets, the outline of a clock tower rising in the distance, and a figure standing at its base, holding a lantern of his own. The Watchmaker. He didn't move, didn't speak, just lifted his hand in a small wave as if to say, "You kept your promise." I blinked and the vision was gone. Only the quiet evening remained, the town aglow with lamps that hummed gently against the dusk. For the first time since I could remember, I didn't feel the urge to chase the moment, to capture it, to hold it still. I simply let it pass, knowing that somewhere, somehow, it would live again in someone else's hour. As I turned to leave, the wind brushed softly past me, carrying a single sound, faint, fragile, unmistakable. The ticking of a clock. It followed me until the sun disappeared, and then it faded into silence. But even then I knew it wasn't gone. It was listening. Arrives suddenly, but drifts in, patient and slow, like a lullaby finding its rhythm. The streets shimmered with the afterglow of rain, and windows glowed gold against the cool blue sky. I found myself wandering again, drawn not by direction, but by instinct. The quiet pull that comes when you don't know where you're going, but something deep inside you does. The lantern in my hand barely glimmered now, yet it felt alive, as though it still carried the warmth of everything I'd seen. I crossed into an older part of town, where the cobblestones grew uneven, and the air held the scent of rain-soaked books. There, tucked between two silent alleyways, stood a little tea house with its door slightly ajar. Inside, candlelight flickered softly, reflecting off shelves filled with old clocks, not ornate or gleaming, but simple, worn things that seemed content just to be. Behind the counter sat a woman, hair streaked with silver, her face calm in that way people's faces get when they've lived many quiet years. She looked up as I entered. "You found your way back," she said. The words sent a small shiver down my spine. "Have we met?" She smiled knowingly. "We all meet eventually." I sat at one of the small wooden tables. The air smelled of jasmine and cedar, and a soft ticking filled the silence, not mechanical, but organic, like the heartbeat of the world. The woman poured 2 cups of tea, though I was the only one sitting there. The steam rose in lazy curls, catching the candlelight. "You've let go of something precious," she said, her voice kind but certain. "That's why you're here." I stared at the cup. "How do you know?" "Because this place listens," she replied. "It always has." I wanted to ask what she meant, but something in me already knew. Whisper Street wasn't a place you visited once. It was a place that stayed with you, a soft echo that returned whenever you needed to remember what truly mattered. She handed me the cup. "You're not the first to arrive with an empty lantern," she said. I looked down. The glass no longer shimmered, no reflections, no faint glow, just clear, still transparency. What happens now? You drink your tea, she said with a small smile, and then you rest. Whisper Street will fade from your memory soon, but not completely. You'll forget its corners, its rain, its faces, but not what it gave you. I sipped the tea. It was warm and faintly sweet, with a taste that reminded me of rain on glass and the smell of time-worn paper. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the woman was gone. The tea house was empty. The clocks had stopped ticking. The only sound was the wind outside, brushing gently against the wooden walls. I stood slowly, feeling that strange, weightless calm again, the same one that filled the workshop when the watchmaker's voice began to fade. Outside, the sky was a deep indigo, and the street was empty except for a faint shimmer at the end of the road, a single point of light. I followed it. The lantern in my hand began to glow again, softly this time. Not with brilliance, but with something quieter. Inside it, the faintest flicker of silver appeared like a reflection of the moon. And there, at the end of the street, was a clock. Not a tower, not a shop clock, just a small, delicate clock resting on a stone pedestal, its face turned toward the ski. It ticked faintly, each sound echoing through the quiet like a heartbeat heard underwater. As I approached, I saw words carved beneath it. For every hour remembered. The clock's hands turned once, slow and deliberate, before stopping again at 1 minute before midnight. I placed the lantern beside it. The glow inside the glass pulsed once, twice, then faded completely. The clock ticked once more, and in that single sound, I heard everything. The laughter I'd lost, the voice that called me home, the rain against the windows of the cafe, the steady rhythm of all the moments I thought I'd never get back. I closed my eyes. The air smelled of rain again, and for the first time I didn't feel like I was walking away from something. I felt like I was walking toward it. The sound of that single tick lingered in the air long after it should have faded. It wasn't loud, just soft enough to reach somewhere beneath the ribs, in that space where memories breathe. The world seemed to pause around it, as if Whisper Street itself were listening. A light breeze stirred the mist. I turned and saw that the lampposts lining the road had begun to dim, one by one, each going out like a sigh. The fog thickened in their absence, curling and folding until the familiar buildings blurred into a watercolor of shadows. I stood still, holding the quiet like something fragile. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard the faint hum of a pocket watch winding itself, rhythmic and gentle, keeping time for a place that existed just beyond the waking world. The cobblestones glistened faintly, and for a fleeting second I thought I saw reflections moving in them faces I'd passed earlier, people I'd spoken to. The baker with his flour-dusted sleeves, the girl reading by the fountain, the watchmaker's silhouette in the window. They appeared not as ghosts, but as soft recollections, suspended in that thin line between memory and dream. Every hour remembered, I whispered under my breath. The words felt like a key. The street sighed, not mournfully, but content, as though an old promise had just been fulfilled. From far away, the clock tower chimed once more. The sound rippled through the fog, deeper this time, carrying warmth instead of melancholy. It wasn't just the tower speaking, it was the whole street. The rain, the walls, the forgotten laughter between raindrops. And then, through the shifting mist, I saw him. The watchmaker stood by the pedestal, his form faint, but unmistakable coat fluttering in the invisible wind, hands folded neatly behind his back. He smiled when our eyes met, that same patient, knowing smile that had greeted me in the workshop. "You came farther than most," he said softly. "I didn't know I would," I replied. He nodded, as if he'd expected that. No one ever does. We stood in silence, The street hummed quietly beneath our feet. "I kept your lantern," I said, "but its light is gone." He stepped closer, his outline shimmering like the reflection of a candle in water. "Its purpose was never to last," he said gently. "It was to lead you here." I looked down at the small, clear lantern by the clock. It looked ordinary now, a simple vessel of glass and brass. But I could still feel its warmth. "Is this the end?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "Not the end. Just the quiet between two moments." He reached out, and for a heartbeat his hand rested over the clock face. The hands began to move again, slowly, gracefully, until they reached 12. Midnight. A soft chime echoed one final perfect note. The air trembled with it, and I felt something shift or release, a lightness, as though all the hours that had ever been lost were finding their way home again. When I looked back, the watchmaker was gone. Only the pedestal remained, the clock now still and serene, its face reflecting the faint glow of the moon above. The fog began to thin. The outlines of Whisper Street softened, fading at the edges until it was no longer a place of brick and rain, but a feeling, a lingering warmth, a heartbeat carried in the wind. I walked forward. The sound of my footsteps seemed to echo through water, then through air, then through nothing at all. The cobblestones beneath me turned to mist, the mist to light, and suddenly I was back where it all began, standing at the end of a quiet, rain-slicked road that led to nowhere on any map. Only now I wasn't afraid of getting lost. The lantern in my hand, though empty, still felt alive, warm against my palm, like it held the trace of 1,000 heartbeats. I turned back once more, half expecting to see the glowing windows of Whisper Street behind me, but there was only the night, soft and endless. Yet I knew somewhere deep in that unseen world, time still flowed gently, watched over by a patient soul with silver eyes. And maybe, I thought, as I took my first step forward, the rain was his way of saying goodbye. Or perhaps, just perhaps, it was his way of saying, "You're home now." Morning came quietly. I awoke to the sound of light rain against my window, not the endless rain of Whisper Street, but something gentler, kinder. On the table beside me sat the empty lantern, glinting faintly in the early light. For a long while I just sat there listening. The ticking of the world felt different now, not rushed, not sharp, just steady, alive. I never found the street again, no matter how many roads I wandered. But sometimes when the rain falls a certain way, or when an old clock chimes in a forgotten room, I feel it, that warmth, that quiet heartbeat of time that waits for no one yet forgives everything. And I smile, because somewhere, in the hush between seconds, the watchmaker still keeps time for all of us who've ever been lost in the rain, searching for the way home. And so the story of Whisper Street fades with the morning rain. The lantern's glow made dim, the clocks may still, but the quiet rhythm it left behind, that gentle ticking of time remembered, never truly leaves us. Tonight, may you rest easy, knowing that every passing second holds something beautiful. A memory, a moment, a heartbeat, all carefully kept by the watchmaker who never sleeps. Until next time. Traveler, good night. May the time be kind to you.